Well, we'll put 960 back up on the board, and Gary Lynch and Don Moby. That would be C Gas. Then Charles Gas, Chuck Gas, you know, all that stuff. Starts with a C, it's good. Moby, former champ. That's the 38 Chev for Howell Drilling. And Gary Lynch, the Austin. GL sit number 5 in the points. Don Moby, number 4 in the points. Lynch is 27 on the tree. It's 960. Just settle it. Somebody go 9,600. The first pair won't have to worry about it. Well, 962.1. Gary Lynch will be number 1. Don Moby goes a little quick at 957.9. It's the next pair rolling on up. Greg Griffin, Russ Andrews. Russ over here, the Plim, the business coupe. You can sneak people into the drive-in in the trunk of that business coupe. Serious biz. Greg Griffin, that stunning 65 Chevelle. This baby is a beauty. A beauty. A beauty. The move to Russ in the Plim. Okay, 62 with a 0. You're going to be a star until the next pair runs and they bump you off. 963.4, Russ Andrews. 965.7, Greg Griffin. Russ will be number 2. Greg will be number 3. Gary Lynch still sitting number 1 with the Austin. Is Chris Roberts, Brad Thompson. Brad over there in the Nova. Number 3 in the points, Chris Robbins. Love the Ford, the Thunderbolt. It's got like cool written all over it. Brad Thompson, 25 on the points. Chris Robbins, 41 on the tree. I said points. I should have said, yeah, you know. Never mind. Brad goes 964.6. Chris Robbins goes 966.3. Brad, the number 3 spot. Chris, number 5. Is Brian Smith. Russ Andrews. Listen. No, that's not right. They got that messed up. I know that. I'm real good at this stuff. I know. It sounded good. Who said no, you're not? Because you're right. Brian Smith, though, he's pretty good at this stuff. Former national champion, former ANRA champion. One of them guys who is undefeated. Brian's 20 on the tree. The aggressive behavior. Cougar. There's 2 Cougars here today. Brian Smith, 962.6, goes number 2. The Nova, 956.1. Too quick. So Gary Lynch hung on by 5 thousandths of a second. Now Frank Osborne, 65 Nova. It's Novas. Get your Novas. Everybody wants a Nova. I have no money, so I can't. Because Butch doesn't. Never mind. I can be rude, but I won't. Well, it's like it's never stopped me before. Osborne, 62 on the tree, is the move. Far side might be running a little bit too quick. They're about to find out. Yep, 947 too quick. Frank Osborne, 975. So 1 too quick at a 47, 1 too slow to 675 when you're looking at 960. Oh, a couple guys could be all over that 960. Scott Morgan out of Tracy. Wife Lori down there, and Billy Teague. That's the champ. Billy tied with Dan Barry for number 1 of the points. How about this? Tied for number 1 of the points, staging up Michelob Ultra Lane. The guy he's tied with is in the water box right behind him. And the guy who's number 2 in the points, Scott Morgan's over there in the other lane. Speaking of cheap, Butch Hendrick just walked in the tower. God, I love to laugh at my own jokes. They're so stupid. 67 Camaro left, 67 Nova right. Stunning paint job on that paint job out of that Teague Brothers Motorsports up there in Sanger. Scott Morgan's 18 on the tree. Billy's 33 on the tree. 9620. That's all I'm asking. Scott Morgan, too quick, 959.2. Billy Teague, too quick, 958.9. Huh. Now, Dan Barry. Jason Barta, former champion, far side Barta the Chevelle in his dragster in Eddie 1. And Dan Barry tied with Billy Teague. What, Mark? Ooh, Jason got the jump off the starting line. 9,600. 969.9, Jason Barta. 959.0, Dan Barry. Down there, top end to close out Seagas, I believe. Yeah, wow. Quad nines at 120. So Nostalgia Eliminator 2, you will be out next. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, you will be out next. So Nostalgia Eliminator 2 coming out next. Okay, Dar Hawthorne, I told you to get the batteries in your hearing aid checked. And you said you had an app for that. Maybe your phone's broken. Just saying. Have a little fun with our friends on the internet. Nostalgia Eliminator 2 is Terry Scaduto and Ted New. That is the champ right side and then altered. And Terry out of Lake Havasu, who has made numerous runs for the championship. She's at number 7 in the points this year. Terry's 038 on the tree. Ted in the altered is double 07. Terry goes 8.538. Too quick. That's a new motor in that car. Jack ended dialed in. Ted goes number 1. 8610. Ted New. And Steve Omschied, the team in from Tehachapi, far side. That number 8 spot in the points is Steve-O. And Duke Baker, Robert coming back. That is number 1 in the points with a 2-round lead for the team out of NorCal. So the Duke Mobile right side. Runner-up race number 1. Runner-up race number 2 was the Duke Mobile right side. Would like nothing better in race number 3 to close the deal and continue that championship run. So another altered dragster matchup here. Got to go dead on something to get that number 1 spot because Ted New, your defending class champion, jumped out, went 61 with a 0. So I know that being the announcer with skills, limited as they are. Omschied far side, the jump off that starting line at 37. Dead on something between these two. How about that Duke Baker? Dead on 6 goes that number 1 spot. Your points leader to the top. Steve Omschied, 71 with a 7. I was looking for a little bit more out of that car there. Steve will be number 3. Continuing on. Nostalgia Eliminator number 2. Matt Peternell. Tied with Mike Nitz for number 2 in the points. And Joshua Lee Jennings. Josh Farside coming back in that very cool dragster. Of course, Matt in for that great town of Pine Mountain Club, which is just like, well, you can't see the hills today because there's that stuff around there. Josh Farside. 037 Josh, 059 Matt. Dead on 5, you want to be number 1. How about dead on 7, Matt Peternell? 154 Josh, 878.7, 151. So Matt, number 2. Josh, number 5. Is Jake Mosier, the Itchy Rat, Cheetah, and Sean Smith. The Smith Family Motorsports dragster for the teaming from Simi Valley. Jake Mosier, number 3 in the points. By the way, if you want to get it on the last man standing in your class, go over to the ANRA booth. Sign up for that. I got some other things to tell you in a sec here. Shown in the dragster, number 8 in the points. Shaky Jake, number 3 in the points. Jake and the Cheetah that jump off that starting line. Sean got problems. Jake down there looking for a dead on 5. Goes 863.1, 156. Sean with problems. Coasting gets down through there to 1344 at 88 miles an hour. Jake Mosier to that number 4 spot. 863.1. Of course, the Duke Mobile, your points leader, sitting number 1, dead on 6 for Duke Baker. Matt Peterdale, number 2, at dead on 7. It's Clint Ariel and Gracie Reynolds. Miss Gracie in her debut, who spent so many years as the backup babe for Dad, and now she gets a chance. Waited a long time for this, she did. Of course, Clint, the team out of Utah. They are set. Gracie down there, top end, 892, 141. Clint with problems at 1094, 116. But Gracie in her debut at 8927 is Michael Nitz and Robert Johnson. Wow, Robert Johnson shows up for a change. Haven't seen him in a while. Well, he did run race number 1 and had problems, went out round number 1. Former champion with just a car that I always say is just an engineering masterpiece. The Ford-powered dragster for Robert, Dad and the team in from Visalia. Michael Nitz, number 2 in the points, who whooped up on points leader Duke Baker in race number 1. Mike in from one of my favorite towns in Arizona, Happy Jack. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Apple Gas, A-Gas, NE1. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, need you to the lays, please. So A-Gas, Apple Gas, Nostalgia Eliminator 1, need you to the lays, please. So Robert over there, far side. Former champion, Michael Nitz, number 2 in the points, right side. Tied with that, Matt Peternell. Robert's 23 in the dragster. Michael Nitz is 004. 8618 Robert Johnson. 8695 Mike Nitz. Robert, number 4. Mike Nitz, number 6. Duke Baker, number 1, dead on 6. This is Jason Truby, another former champ, sitting number 4 in the points. So the driver's license run, B gas will be out next. B gas will be out next. NE1 should be in the lanes, please. Joey Trotsky and Eiley Safford, they pay attention to things I say. Okay, B-Gas with Al White and Jim Black. Al White, 8532-158, the 55 Chevrolet. The King's Oil Tool Nova. Jim Black, 8557 on that 860 index. You all know that's too quick. His former champion, Neil Westbrook. The 68 Camaro for that farmer in from Pixley, and Tim Gorman. Delano Propane. Well, they got 8s and 3. Bill Rogers, I'll get to that later, okay? So Tim Gorman goes 874.9. That's going to go number 1, believe it or not. Because Neil Westbrook goes 859.8. This had perfect by 2,000. Randy Armstrong and Megan Gorman. Megan sitting at that number 5 spot. Randy Armstrong, Patty and the team. The 5.7 Chevrolet. Number 6 in the points. Trying to have get-well weekends. Of course, Megan's dad, Tim, who just ran the 55 Chevrolet, is number 2 in the points. Of course, I'll bet you she hears a lot about that later on. Megan's 39 on the tree. That's better than 2. Randy's 58. Can we go 8,600? 865 to Randy Armstrong goes in the number 1 spot. Megan too quick by 3 stinking thousandths of a second is Roger Stallnaker, the Corvair. Yes. And Justin Crosby, Big Booty Judy, 46 Blim. So Justin rolls up right side. Roger left. Roger tied with that Mark Lager for number 1 in the points. Rogers 65 on the tree, Justin 95 on the tree. That's a pretty good old matchup down there. And 8,629, Roger Stallnaker in the Corvair, yes. 865.6, Justin Crosby and Big Booty Judy with parachutes. Parachutes for Justin. It's like cool. Roger will be number 1. Justin will be number 3. Is 8,629, now number 1. Roger Stallnaker in the Corvair. Kurt Pocock and Jeff Gordon, Jeff Farside. That's the Nova. Number 6 in the points, and Kurt Pocock. The Born Vintage 55 Chevrolet, which is absolutely just a stunner. Of course, those cars that come out of Born Vintage, Kamaka down there, the driver of Don Nelson's California Hustler Nitro Funny car. Brings the old man in. Just check out the 2 cars in the Globe Ultralight. Jeff, a little bit of problems after getting off that starting line first. Kurt down there top end, 851.9, too quick. Jeff coasting down through there in the Nova at 1236, 56 miles an hour. It's the next pair, David Mallory and Rick Kuzinga. Get a look. I mean, you already saw Kurt's 55 run there. Check out Rick's ride. This thing is just stunning, this 55 Chevrolet. David Mallory David, number 3 in the points. Right behind Tim Gorman and, of course, Mark Lager, Roger Stallmaker sitting out in that number 1 spot. So Rick Huizinga, stunning 50. I want Kirk Pocock and Rick Huizinga to line up together on the starting line. They don't even have to fire them up. Just pre-stage and sit there. That'd be like Bad Daddy. So Rick K. right, David Mallory left. Camaro, 55 Chevrolet. David's red, Rick is 038 green. And RK down there, 901 150. David Mallory, 8644 160. David Mallory, that number 2 spot. The Corvair still sitting number 1 is Gary Davis and Val Miller. The CUDA for Val and the team in from Bakersfield. Gary Davis, the 74 Camaro out of Bakersfield. Val Miller's Mopar is 572 inches of Mopar under the hood, and that's a small motor in this bunch. GD over here, the Camaro, 600-inch big block Chevrolet for Gary Davis out of that number 6 spot. Val Miller, number 4 in the points. Val's tied with that Jim Black and that King's Oil Tool Nova for the number 4 spot in the points. Val Miller, big time red, like he jumped, like yeah. He'll get there first, but he can still qualify. 872, Gary Davis goes 870. Val's 872.7, Gary Davis 8701. Val, number 6. Gary Davis, number 5, is Tony Bromley and Rick Logston. Tony Bromley over here, that's the defending champion down in the number 5 spot of the points with the GTO. And Rick Logston drive one of the Mike Munoz cars, and Mike brings like a used car lot full of fast cars to the ANRA races. This is the B gas Olds. The A gas Chevelle will be up in a little bit. Rick Logston down that number 7 spot in the points. Tony Bromley, as I said, your defending class champion. That number 5 spot. Trying to have one of those get well weekends, get that GTO back in the hunt. Bromley's 27 on the tree. Rick Logston's 33 on the tree. That's a good matchup down there, top end. 854, too quick, Rick Logston. Tony Bromley, 8628. Goes to that number 1 spot by 1 stinking thousandths of a second. Tony Bromley, number 1, 8628 is number 1 in the points. Mark Lager, the blown small block out of Utah, 64 Nova for Mark. The Novaholic, tied with the Corvair for number 1 in the points. Mark is 70 on the tree. 62 with a 7, you'll be number 1. 8748 151. Wow. Thought we'd see more out of that car. A-Gas, you'll be out next. A-Gas, you'll be out next. By the way, earlier I mentioned that Mark Munoz. Here comes his other team car. The Munoz used cars. Chris Curtis. Mike Munoz Racing and Aquaflow Supply, Swimming Pool Supplies. Jim Sudan. A-Gas. Chris Curtis, number 4 in the points. Jim, number 6 in the points with the Pontiac Le Mans. Now, Chris Curtis, who wheels that Chevelle for Mike Munoz and the team. Curtis Manufacturing, his company, who built that card. I mean, I'll tell you, just get a look at that Chevelle. And you talk about swoopy and all that stuff, that thing is a stunner. And, of course, Jim Sudan, Lancaster, the Pontiac Le Mans. '70 Chevelle, '63 Le Mans. It's got A-gas written all over it, doesn't it? Of course it does. This is A-gas. Pontiac 023, Chevelle 041 off that starting line down there, top end. Parachute out 7:59.6. Chris Curtis missed it by 4 thousandths of a second. Jim Sudan at 7:88.0 will go to that number one spot as Chris was too quick by 4. Now, it's the next pair coming around the corner, defending champion Terry Newton for the McClure family. Son Josh tuned in on that ride. And Billy T, the former champion. That stunning paint job. That thing is just beautiful. See, just like that. I'm sorry, Billy was up in Seagas's Jim T. It's the Teague Brothers team car, 67 Nova. Jim T. The 53 Studebaker for the champ and Terry Newton. Blown big block Chevrolets. Jim Teague sit number 4 in the points. The champ tied with Jim Teague and Chris Curtis for that number 4 spot. So the McClure's Motorsports Studi, the Teague Brothers team car, Nova. And I will tell you, 788's probably got to not last through this pair. I'm just saying. Watch them both like shut off early or something. Make me look like an idiot, which isn't hard to do. .762.7. Terry Newton, the champ, goes that number 1 spot. Jim Teague, 7:57.2, too quick. Terry Newton was 33 on the starting line. Jim Teague was 34 on the starting line. That's pretty good. It's Ray Padgett. And John Solani. Corvettes, get your Corvettes. '63 split window Corvettes. John in from Lake Havasu. Ray in from Santa Paula. Ray number 6 in the points. Corvette. John number 6 in the points with the Corvette. Huh. Big block Chevrolets. '63 split window Corvettes. They're tied for number 6 in the points. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors need you to the grove, please. Juniors need you to the grove, please. How about that Ray Padgett? Perfect reaction time. Second reaction time, second perfect one of the weekend. 7:67.3, Ray Padgett. Perfect off that starting line. John Solani, 041, 799.1. Ray to that number 2 spot. John to the number 4 spot. Terry Newton still sitting number 1. A-Gas continue to come out of the lanes. Frank Miranda. This guy's sitting number 1 to the points. The home wrecker for Rambler Wagon. Sounds race car. Darren Roberts. Team out of Oxnard. The Coup Delusion. Darren loves them burnouts. Frank's into that number 1 spot just ahead of Brendan Fry, who will be up in the next pair. In set. Frank is 0-30 off that starting line of that Rambler Wagon. The Long Roof Racing Team car, 7:58.8, too quick. Jared Roberts goes to the number 1 spot, 7:61.1. Darren to the top, that number 1 spot. Frank too quick, 7:58.8. To keep on coming out of that stage lane. It's the A gas cars. That guy sitting number 2 in the points. Brendan Fry. Brendan Austin Fry Family Motorsports team car. And Tom Huggins. Another one of those guys in from Santa Paula, that racing town of Santa Paula. Tom sitting in the number 5 spot for the racing machinists who spent time in the NHRA and Pro Stock Eliminator. Tom Huggins, 022, 783.3. Brendan Fry, 039, 7642. Brendan number 3, Tom number 5. 2 more cars coming out for A-Gas. Well, maybe 1 more. Unfortunately, Cale having problems again with the Nova. So a single run to close out A gas. Cale Mallory could not get his car to fire. Hopefully Cale gets that baby fixed. Come back for the second session. The Corvette. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, you're going to come out next. Juniors, you should be in the Grove. Juniors, you should be in the Grove. Darren Roberts, Sid number 1, 761-1. Coup Illusion. That Corvette shuts it off. Going to coast on through down there. 896, 111 for the Corvette to wrap up A gas. NE1 coming out next with Joey Trotsky. He's like right here. That's a Bantam. Long wheelbase Bantam. I mean, it's like it's real long. Joey number 4 of the points. Of course, everybody chasing that. Dan Engel with a 3-round lead in King Baby. Joey rolls up here in the Michelob Ultra lane, and Greg Den Hartog in from Las Vegas. Be over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. Greg in the number 5 spot. Bantam right, T-Bucket left. 760 up on the board. Juniors, you will follow Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Carbureted big block for Joey. Supercharged Greg Farside. First pair, session 1, Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Joey pre-stage waiting on Greg over there. Now they're set. Greg is 008. Joey is 50. 7,600 out of that first pair. Parachute out, Greg. Greg goes 759.0, 162 with an early parachute. Joey is 763.0 at 180 for Joey Trotsky. Look at the difference in speed, man. 18 miles an hour difference in speed down there at the top end. You saw Greg Den Hartog's parachute come out going into the speed lights. They're trying to run that 7,600. Is Eiley Stafford and David Den Hartog. This is son David, who is tied with the old man for number 5 in the points. Miss Eiley. Number 6 in the points for John Brand in the team. And Joel Gruzin's. By the way, Joel Gruzin in the house. And he came all the way up here to Bakersfield, and he could have just taken that money and drove by Pam Conrad's house and paid her that $20 that he's owned her for 15 years. But I'm just saying that's how he is. So David Farside, the Fiat. Eiley over here. Supercharged small block for John Brand and the team. Of course, that is your Nitro Pro Comp top fuel champion in Eiley Stafford rolling up. Eiley's 024 on the tree, spins the tire. Big words, 0 and 24 and stuff. 770, 177, David Den Hartog. 789.0, 179. Eiley made that move at 024. A little bit of tire spin, and then trucks right on down through there. So, Joey Trotsky, 763.0, sitting number 1. David Den Hartog, number 2. Eiley Stafford, number 3. All on the good side of 760. There's Charlie C. and Chad Campy. Couple of guys trying to get back in that points head. Chad, the ejected big block dragster, sitting number 5 in the points, tied with your defending class champion, Charlie C., over there far side. Of course, Chad, I'd like to send out a big thanks to Manuel Gasper, Gasper Transportation, helping him get here this weekend to the ANRA Summer Nationals with the team out of Paso Robles. And Charlie, team in from Fresno. Big block Chevrolets, air conditioner sitting on top of the one in that far saying, your defending champ. .022 Chad Camping. .037 Charlie C. Down there at that finish line, 7:54. Charlie goes too quick. Chad, 7:630 will be number 2 because we all know that Joey Trotsky did it first. So Charlie too quick at 7:54.3 goes number 6 for now. Chad, 7:630 to tie Joey Trotsky, but Joey did it first. It's Hans Jacob. Hans coming back, the team in from Lake Havasu with wife April, and got Don Hirsch in the house this weekend. I'm not quite sure if that's good or bad. A couple of front engine dragsters. Obviously, I guess I didn't need to say that. Hans, number 2 in the points, but it's interesting, I got to tell you, Dan Engel has a 3-round lead, which is like incredible, in Nostalgia Eliminator 1. A win and a runner-up. A couple of people get out there. A lot of guys, including Hans Jacob, want to just, we can't worry about what Dan Engel does. We just got to go rounds. Getting that quick reminder, juniors, you should be in the Grove. Juniors, you should be in the Grove. Pre-stage is Hans. Waiting on far side. Don't forget 62 with the 9 goes to the top. 019 Hans, 033 left side. That's got 760 written all over it. Well, it was close. 761.0. Hans Jacob to that number 1 spot. 8:15.1, 160 far side. But Hans, 7.610, 175 goes that number 1 spot for the former champion out of Lake Havasu. And April's got a smile on his face, so when April smiles, that's a good thing in that Hans Jacob team. Dave Isley, Garrett Crisp, this pair. So Dave Isley and Garrett Crisp. Isley number 3 in the points. Garrett 51 on the tree of the altar. Dave 62. 761's a pair. 761 Garrett Crisp goes number 2. 761 Dave Isley goes number 3. Because Garrett got there first, he did it first. Hans Jacobs still number 1. 7610 is George Johns. Team in from Bakersfield. So a big old crowd around that 761 with Hans, Garrett, Dave. George would like to change everything. Just mess with you guys. Number 6 in the points is George. By the way, points leader Dan Engel. Not sure if he's in the house or not, but he did not run session number 1. George is 86 on the tree in the altar. 7,600. Well, 7,800. 7,801, 172, George Johns. Hans is sitting back there talking cool. Hey, man, I'm still number 1. You know, Hans will end up number 1 as these next 2 cars are driver's license runs. Juniors, you will follow the Nostalgia Limited 1 driver's license runs. Well, the driver's license runs go 736, 176. Juniors, you will be on next. A little bit of quiet time. Juniors and Hot Rod Eliminator, you will race round number 1 today. Juniors and Hot Rod Eliminator, round 1 will be later on today for those two classes. Juniors, Hot Rod, round 1 will be later today. Juniors group number 1, session number 2, points leader Easton Oliveira. Far side three-way Chevrolet lane. Former champion, number 3 in the points, Viviana Bellicita out of Port Hueneme. The Hueneme girl, Viviana, will be here. Michelob Ultra lane. Viviana is 004 RED. So your points leader, Easton Oliveira. Viviana's going to get there first at 1183, 55 miles an hour. 14073, 38 miles an hour. Easton Oliveira. Brock Rogers, Kane. Brock Rogers tied with Easton Oliveira for that number 1 spot. In fact, Kane and Brock, Kane Bratcher far side, these guys are tied with Easton Oliveira and Mason LaBarber for that number 1 spot. Juniors group number 1. .1182, 354 miles an hour. Brock Rogers. Kane goes 12:14, 7:47 miles an hour. Caden Oliveira, Alex Aguirre. Alex far side, and Caden Oliveira. Number 3 in the points is Caden. And Alex, it is ANRA debut. Be over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Sportsman, need you the lanes, please. Sportsman, need you the lanes, please. Rick Oliveira, a little bit of adjustment on Caden's ride. And Alex in his debut rolled through the beams there, so Brian goes out, pushes him back a little bit. We're going to bring him back up again. So Alex staged, waiting on that Caden Oliveira. There we go. Now we're set. Move to Caden off the starting line. .1184, 54 miles an hour. Caden. Alex, 1372, 45 miles an hour. Three-way Chevrolet lane. This Cash Handshoe. Number 2 in the points. The Michelob Ultra lane. Cash number 2 in the points. A buy run here. So single run to wrap up juniors group number 1, session number 2. Round number 1 for juniors and hot rod later on today. Cash is red off that starting line. Trucking on down the Michelob Ultra lane. Cash Handshoe. 1190, 54 miles an hour. Cash. Now we'll go back to pairs with juniors. Group number 2. Logan Oliveira. Defending class champion far side. And Arliss Duke. Bakersfield-based team car. Arliss is number 2 in the points. Logan, the red light start. Arliss is 052 green. Logan, 891, 77 miles an hour. Arliss, 898, 573 miles an hour. Cole Gutierrez, 2 in the points. Travis Reyes, number 5 in the points. Cole and Isabella Rogers tied for the number 2 spot, right? Chasing out Blake Barta. Couple of red light starts there. Travis was better in the 2 at 017. Cole was 21. 889, 073 miles an hour. Travis Reyes, 8906, 75 miles an hour. Cole Gutierrez is Isabella Rogers and Brody Connor. Brody far side. And Isabella Rogers for M&M Fuels, Mike and the team. Which, by the way, Race Fuels right over as you came through the pit gate there. M&M Rogers, M&M Fuels, big yellow truck. Isabella tied with Cole Gutierrez for number 2. Brody tied with a bunch for that number 4 spot. Down there, top end, Isabella 889.9, 74 miles an hour. Brody 886.0, 75 miles an hour. Kane Rathard, Alex Reyes. Tied for number 4 in the points is Kane right, Alex left. Alex Red, 8903, 73 miles an hour. Kane, a little tardy, in 980 with a 5, 74 miles an hour. Blake Barta, your points leader, to close it out. Blake is 36 on the tree. 923.4, 69 miles an hour to wrap up Juniors Group number 2. Number 3 coming out, Juniors Group number 3 with Haley Gutierrez, Isabella Pyers. Haley number 4 in the points. Isabella for Mike Pyers and the team, the cab over car right side. Haley over there left side. Mark and Katie over there, mom and dad. Mike over here. Haley's 18 on the tree. Haley Gutierrez top end, 797, 83 miles an hour. Isabella, 788.5, 84 miles an hour. It's Justice Brown. That's the national champion. Went to the conference finals and whooped them all. Here in the Michelob Ultra Lane, and Coda Patton. Coda number 3 in the points. Justice, number 2 in the points. By the way, juniors, don't forget, you will run round number 1 today. Later on today, juniors will run their first round. Hot Right Eliminator. You will also run first round today. Coda's 11 red, Justice 41 green. Top end, 790. 82 miles an hour, Coda Patton. Justice Brown, the champ, 794.3, 82 miles an hour. Ava Barta, Carly Ball, a couple of young ladies. Carly, number 4 in the points, far side, who had problems session number 1, and Ava Barta, number 2 in the points. Of course, Brother Blake is number 1 in the points, juniors group number 2. So Dad Jason bringing his daughter up. Grandpa Steve standing down there. A couple of former champions themselves, not in the juniors. Thought I might clarify that. Carly Ball, 32 on the tree. Ava Barta, 40 on the tree. 792, Carly Ball. 791.5, Ava Barta. 3,000s at the stripe. That's a pretty good little matchup, wasn't it? Time trials. Once again, quick reminder, juniors, you will run round number 1 later on today. Hot Rod, you will also race round number 1 later on today. Emerson Pyers, Joe Scaduto. Juniors group number 4, Miss M, right side, Joe Scaduto. Over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane in from Lake Havasu. Jack, Terry and the team, Joe at the wheel. Move off that starting line goes to Miss M. Down there at the top end in a great matchup. Emerson 789. Joe Scaduto 8 flat. Emerson's 84 miles an hour. Joe is 81 miles an hour. Abigail Rogers, Adric Gutierrez. A far side. Mark walks away. Abigail tied with that Ethan Williams for number 1 in the points. Abigail went in race number 1. Ethan was runner-up. Race number 2, Ethan picked up the win. Abigail was runner-up. Interesting pattern there. Race number 3 in the ANRA series. Adric's 25 on the tree. Abigail's 37. 788.5, Abigail Rogers. 793.5, Adric Gutierrez. Kelly New, Jack Hiley. Kelly, number 3 in the points. Jack, number 2 in the points. Ted New out in front of Kelly, their right side. Jack over their left side. Down there top end at a good matchup, 789.0 Jack Hiley. 788.8 Kelly New. Jack was a little better in reaction time. And again, 6 thou at the stripe separated those two. That's pretty good. My apologies. This is now Jack Hiley. .47 on the tree. 796.0, 81 miles an hour for Jack. Noah Kolb. No on a single run here. Noah, 81 on the tree. The Kolb Family Motorsports Dragster, 795, 82 miles an hour. So a little bit of track prep going on here. Sportsman, you'll be out next. Sportsman session number 2 with Sam Lansford, the Maverick. Janine St. Louis, Double J out of Delano, the 82 Camaro. And 4 and 5 in the points. Of course, everybody chasing that Brad Thompson. A lofty number 1 spot. Going for another championship. Sam is into the Maverick, waiting for Double J over there, far side Janine. Sam is red, Janine is 0-3-9 green. $12.28.4, 109. Janine in the Camaro, 12.23.3, 110. Sam in the Maverick. Carl Zimmerman, Roy Little. Carl's 67 Camaro. Still got the rally wheels on. Love that ride here. And Roy Little. '70 Mustang. Roy, nice move off the starting line. The Mustang is 30 on the tree. $13.43 Roy Leal. $13.46 Carl Zimmerman at Camaro. Now be Greg Little. Ryan Pierce. Guys in the points, son. Greg is number 5 in the points. Ryan number 6 in the points with the Oldsmobile. Greg Little, 14 on the tree in the Mustang 2. 1310 105. Greg Little 1449. 93 MPHers Ryan Pierce, Brett Johnston, and Kristen Snell. Been a while since we've seen Kristen. A little long roof racing matchup here. Brent, Frazier Park, that's the Nova wagon. Kristen over there, the Belvedere wagon, the Camarillo. Kristen, her first hit of the tree this year, goes red. Brent Johnson's 084 green. Nova wagon down there goes 1186 115. Kristen's 1354 102. His points leader, Brad Thompson. Jailbreak Camaro. Final card class. Brad Thompson has now gone back-to-back red light starts. 005 and 003. Just saying. 1207, 113. Wraps up Sportsman. Now, Hot Rod Eliminator. By the way, Hot Rod Racers, I want to remind you, you will run round number 1 today. It's Red Hudson, Russ over there far side, that's the Nova, and Grizz Stout for the Stout brothers in Atwater. Big block 55 Chevrolet. Stout 1079 119, Russ 1161 120 is Grant Warner, number 2 in the points, and Gerald Sizemore. Grant the Oldsmobile. Oak Hills. Grant Warner left like, wow, that was strange. Oh well, it's time shots. You can do that today. By the way, I'm like, you don't want to do it later on today. Grant goes 1065 124. Daryl's 1063 128. Rich Strickfaden, Daryl Sizemore. This pair, Dighton Sizemore. I'm sorry, my apologies. Rich over here, second gen Camaro. Dighton over there, first gen Camaro. Dighton's 006 red. Rich 047 green. Rich goes 10-6-1-4, 126. Dighton's 11-66-8, 113. Don Momey, Gary Howard. 38 Chev Don. 72 Camaro Gary. Don Bobby, 962, 141. Gary Howard, 1020. The Camaro, 131. Cheyenne Custer, Steve Archuleta. Oh, a couple of them in the points battle. Archuleta, former champion with the Nova, in from Tehachapi. The first generation Nova, Steve Archuleta. Cheyenne Custer. Cheyenne, they are tied for number 6 in the points. Archuleta 57 on the tree, left second. Cheyenne Custer 26 on the tree. Steve Archuleta top end. 948, 143. Cheyenne 1055, 126. Dave Brown, George Thomas. Baby Exeter, small block Vega. Big block 56 Chevrolet, George Thomas. Mariposa was just over there. George Thomas off that starting line first, 008. Runs it down through there, 10:47, 128. Dave Brown, 035, 10:70, 126. Cleve Henderson, 89-year-old Cleve Henderson. Far side, the Mercury Cougars had a horrible weekend. Everything's gone wrong every time off that starting line. Rich Gold Poist, it's the auto shop owner out of Yucca Valley, the Nova. Attention to pits. Open wheel, need you the lanes. Open wheel, need you the lanes. Call it goes 10-6-05, 125. Cleve got her fixed there, 11-74, 116. Once again, open wheel, need you the lanes, please. Open wheel, need you the lanes, please. Dave Brownson Jr., the Oldsmobile. Far side of the Mustang. '16 Dave Brownson Jr. in the Oldsmobile. And top end, that three-way Chevrolet lane. 1017, 132 Mustang. 1081, 123. Dighton Sizemore. Stephen Gregory, Camaro. Stephen Farside, second gen. Dighton, first gen. Red light start Gregory, 065 green, Dighton Sizemore, and the slam down in the dirt, 68 Camaro. Dighton, 1060, 128. Stephen Gregory, 1182, 114. Stephen McReynolds, Vega, Markle Jackson. Jackson out of Las Vegas. Michael 011 red in the 82 Camaro. Gretel's 077 green. Michael Jackson down there, 1025, 131. McReynolds 1031, 3, 127. Danny Valdez. Lucas Nunez. Danny 65 Nova. Lucas the 55 Chevrolet. By the way, quick reminder, there is a lost kitten Coda Patton's pit area. They're looking for its home. So if you know who owns the kitten, or if you would like to give that little kitten a home, Coda Patton's got it in their pit area there. So there we go. Lucas right, Danny left. Red light start for Danny Valdez by 12 thou. Whatever problems Danny had earlier seems to have gotten fixed in the Nova down there. That's a little better. 1041, 133. Lucas 1119, 116 in the Purple Haze 55 Chevrolet. David Bailey, Mike Little. Couple of Fords. David over there in the F100. Mike over here in the 69 Mustang. David Bailey, 004 green. Ford down there, top end, that big old pickup. David runs down through there, 1090, 122. Mike Little, 1159, 4, 117. Donnie Riley, Matt Johnson. Donnie in that number 5 spot in the points. That's the 67 Falcon. That baby's cool. The El Camino for Matt Johnson in from Turlock. Matt Johnson made the move first at 045. That should be pretty good down there at the finish line because Donnie getting around him. It was 11:13, 120 in the Falcon. Matt Johnson, 11:609, 114 in the Elkie. It's Dylan Chimetti. Jim Hulse. That is number 1 in the points, Jim Hulse. The Datsun. Dylan Chimetti. Visalia, 73 Camaro. Jim Hulse, 036 on the tree. Dylan going to get to that finish line first. Trip 9s with a 5, 133 Dylan. 11:65, 4, 114. Jim Hulse in the Datsun. Linda Valdez, Woolly Bear. Fabricator far side, that Nova. Linda in the, just love that car. It's parked permanently in my fantasy garage. Linda won't let me put it in my real garage because she knows I'll lock the door and never give it back. Would you blame me? Woolly Bear, 21 on the tree in the Nova. Good race down there, top end. Woolly Bear, yep, 10.593, 126. Linda goes 10.600, 124 in the Camaro. It's Richard Leo and Brian Smith, Cletus. The Falcon from Templeton. Brian Smith out of Ojai, the aggressive behavior. Mercury Cougar. A couple of Cougars here this weekend. Brian Smith, 9.641, 142. Richard goes 11.49.7, 114. It's Paul Kanan, Mike Owen. Like number 5 in the points, the Mopar. 500 cubic inches of Mopar under the hood. And Paul Kanan for the Howell Drilling Team. 66 Nova with a bigger big block. Red light start, Mike Owen. Green light start, Paul Kanan. That Nova starting to hustle down there. Not going to catch the dart this time, I don't think. Nope. 9.63, 138, Mike Owen. 9.25, 145, Paul in the Nova. That's a pretty good run there. It's Gary Lynch. And Tom Frisbee. The Austin GL, number 6 in the points. Tom Frisbee out of Ridgecrest, 75 Vega, the Notcherbacker. Red light start, Tom. Red light start, Gary. Gary was 006 red, though. Just missed him. Gary top end, 9.56.9, 141. Tom goes 10.25.4, 131 in the Vega. Butch Hedrick, Jason Wattenberger. Chevelle for Butch, 55 Chevrolet Jason. Butch number 7 in the points. The Chevelle, team in from Arroyo Grande. Butchie 38 off that starting line. And three-way Chevrolet late, 1059, 127. Jason's 1068, 126. Bryce Youngdale. Pontiac. Danny Behetti. The 55 Chevrolet for Delano Propane in the team. Danny Farside. Number 5 in the points. Bryce, the former 2-time E-Gas champion, starting to find his way again. That's not good for the other guys. 065 on the tree is Bryce. That's the move. Danny top end, 1076, 123. Bryce, 1176, 114. Zelly Flood, Dan Rowley. Miss Ellie. 70 Camaro, the Matt Flood Racing Team car. Dan Rowley, former national champion, the Stick Shift Chevelle. Pulls that lever back one more time. Dan Rowley into high gear. 10-14, 130. Ellie goes 10-66, 1-2-8. Tom Mullen, Dale Thomas. Just scraps Dart, the Flying Pig Racing Mustang. Perfect. Dale Thomas, perfect in reaction time. Way to go for the 78-year-old. Tom Mullen got enough to get there first, get around him. 10-62, 126. Tom was 32 on the tree. Dale Thomas was perfect in 10-98, 121. Randy Winkle, Steve Bunch. The Bunch will be a lot of Little Rock. That's the Nova far side. And Randy Winkle for Famoso Speed Shop. Randy lives so close to the track just down the road there. Probably drove the Anglia here. The Austin, I'm sorry. My apologies. Forgive me. Anybody can make a mistake. Well, Bunch is 22 red. Randy's 72 red. It's like I won the redder battles. Austin at the finish line. Randy Winkle, 1075, 124. Steve Bunch, 1133, 118. David Sweet, Mopar, James Burt, 55 Chevrolet. David Sweet, red light start. James Burt, 017 green. Mopar will get there first. David runs down through there, 1011, 134. James, 1052, 127. Frank Osborne, Nova. Mike Cunningham, the 64 Polera. Mike Cunningham, 008. Frank Osborne, or 20. Franco's 9,627, 142. Mike Cunningham, 1066, 126. Cal Gordon, Billy Teague. Where's Billy? In the points hunt for another championship at C Gas. 67 Nova. Cal Gordon out of Hesperia. Cal made the jump off that starting line. And Billy going to get around him down there. Billy's going to run a bunch quicker. 10:25, Cal Gordon, 9:61, Billy Teague. Billy just wanted to get a shot at the track there because he'll be back in C Gas, goes 9:61.6. Remember, C Gas is 9:60. Jeff Beck, Ed Walker, defending class champion, far side, the Roadrunner in from Lakewood. Jeff Beck, Roy Grande. By the way, out on the World Wide Web there, hey, Crystal, the hub's up to the next pair. Just thought I'd bring that to your attention. Jeff Beck, 60 on the tree. Ed Walker, 025. Ed Walker, 10-12, 133. Jeff Beck, 11-6-03, 113. Is William Gopensky and Michael Cortez. Mopar left Michael. William over here, the Camaro. William jumped off that starting line. 0:17 reaction time. Good race down there, man. That's pretty good, all right. 10:58, 125 William. 10:41, 127 Michael. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. E-Gas, Edward Gas, need you lanes, please. E-Gas, Edward Gas, need you lanes, please. Open wheel, I know you guys and gals are all already here, so. Ralph Coates taking on the Nova. And top end, Nova goes 950, 139. Ralph is 1165, 116. Tim Sullivan. That is not a Nova far side. 67 Valiant, Black Beauty, and Russ Andrews. 37 Plim. Tim Sullivan, 20 on the tree. Russ Andrew, 21 on the tree. Plim down there, top end, 963, 138. Tim Sullivan, 1010, 130. Jeremy Jennings, number 3 in the points. Taking on Michael Burgess. That's the Camaro. Number 5 in the points. Gill's Transmission, B&G Machine, and Welding Nova for Jeremy and the team. Jeremy goes 008 red. And Jeremy top end, 1061, 125. Michael Burgess, 1118, 119. Steve Long, Neil Reed. 72 Nova for Neil, 69 Mustang, 428 Cobra Jet, Steve Long. Rod House, Bob Zanner. Nova for Bob, 52 Chevrolet. Rod House. Bob making the move, 067, first off the starting line. It was 1164.7, 116. Rod House, 1173.7, 116. Nick Van Horn, oh, this is Brittany, I'm sorry. Brittany Van Horn. Dan Barry. That's right. Nix and Egas. I'll get it, Mike. Don't worry. Miss Britt. Number 6 in the points for the championship. Former champion Dan Barry. The Mighty Mouse Nova. Brittany is 009 in the Olds Cuddy. Dan Barry, the quicker of the two, down there. 3-way Chevrolet lane, 965, 141. Brittany is 1155, 9, 118. Doug Holmes, Bob Stanley. Stanley, 80 Trans Am. Doug Tehachapi, the 64 Nova. Top end, Doug Holmes, 1142, 117. Bob Stanley, 1153, 115. As Steve Walker, the Chick Magnet, and Alan Schoonmaker, the Monza. Allen 039 in the Monza. The Chick Magnet, Steve Walker's 058 on the tree. Walker down there at the finish line. 10:04, 133. 11,800, 115. Allen in the Monza is Jeff Bertram. Tim Imhoff. Tim the Mopar. Jeff, the 56 Chevrolet with a clutch. Jeff Bertram and Dan Rowley together. That'd be quite cool, wouldn't it? Drop them clutches. You know, I just went through the gears, by the way. Red light start, Tim. Jeff Bertram drops that clutch. 006. And Jeff top end, the 56 Chevrolet. 1074, 128. Tim, 1144, 124. The Mopar. Mike Forsythe, Scott Reed. Big block Camaro for Scott. 440 Duster, Mike Forsythe. Scott with the red light start. The Camaro going to get there first. Scoreboard 1058A 125. Scott Reed, Mike Forsythe, Mopar 1096.0 124. Fred Klein, Stacy Archuleta. Stacy Nova far side. Fred over here, the 55 Chev. Fred Klein, 1041 2 126. Stacy, 1111 120. Scott Morgan, Eddie Thomas, Camaros, get your Camaros. Everybody's got Camaros. Eddie Farside, Scotty over here. All right, tension in the pits. Open wheel, you should be in the lanes. E-gas, you should be in the lanes. D-gas, need you in the lanes, please. I already said that, Blake. So open wheel up now with Bob O'Neill far side and Eddie Baker. Eddie in that number 6 spot in the points. Bob O'Neill, number 4 in the points. Bob out there in front with that pickup truck out of Europa Valley. Runs down through there in that three-way Chevrolet lane, 1187.7, 111.80, getting down through there, 15.51, 85 MPHers. Jim Herbst, defending champions at number 2 in the points. Far side, John Van Veen. Number 3 in the points is John over here, the Michelob Ultra lane. Herbst with the move. Top end, Jim Herbst. 152, 118. John Van Veen, 1246, 102. Lucas Gonzalez, Mike McLaughlin. Lucas far side is tied with John Van Veen for number 3 in the points. Mike McLaughlin. A couple of guys locked up in number 5 in the points. Ten, 128, Mike McLaughlin, 1135, 120. Lucas Gonzalez, Rex Solberg, number 1 in the points, Tony Sanders. Tony far side, 31 Ford. Enjoy the ride, sitting in that lofty number 1 spot. Rex Solberg. Rex in that number 4 spot. Rex with a big-time starting line advantage. Obviously, the quicker of the 2 cars, Rex top end. 1095, 121. Tony, 1289. 109. Zach Rhino. Jim Souza. Zach, one of those guys. There's a couple of guys tied for that number 5 spot. Jim Souza tied with defending champ Jim Herbst in that number 2 spot. Zach Rhino, 001 reaction time. Jim going to drive around him down there. Jim won bad at 028 and 1139. Zach close in 1154. 1-2-2. It's Mike Brock to Hatchby. For 5 of the points, Mike. .1048, 126, Mike Brock. E-Gas coming out next. Put 1160 up on the board there. A little bit of target practice. Best in class so far. Been that Matt Johnson dead on 3. It's Red Hudson and Richard Leo. First pair, Russell be that Nova. These guys are tied for number 5 in the points. Richard with the move. Dead on 2 or better puts you number 1. 11:58.1, too quick Richard. 11:65.7. Russell stand on his 0, 11:62.5. So Richard to the number 15 spot is Cleve Henderson and Mike Little. A couple of blue oval guys, Mike in the Mustang. Cleve in that Mercury Cougar. Cleve's car didn't move again. He's had trouble with that all weekend. Mike Little down through there, 1:11.76, session number 1. Oh, it proves 11:67.7. Cleve just motored down that 3-way Chevrolet lane. Not sure exactly what happened there. Mike will move up to that number 9 spot with the Mustang. It's Jeff Beck. Jim Hulse. Jim number 3 in the points. Jeff in the Chevelle number 4 in the points. Jim Hulse went dead on 7, session number 1, to get that number 3 spot. Of course, I said Matt Johnson, number 1, at dead on 3. Jeff Beck, too quick by 3 thou. Session number 1 is waiting for Cleve to clear the track down their top end. Makes that swing to the right. Jim Hulse, 21 on the tree. Jeff Beck, 25 on the tree. Good matchup here. Somebody go number 1. Jeff Beck goes 11,600. Goes that number 1 spot. Dead on 0, Jeff Beck. He'll start the weekend out of that number 1 spot. 11,66.8. Jim Hulse. He gets bumped back down to the number 4 spot. Jeff Beck, perfect. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. David Gass, final call of the lanes, please. David Gass, final call of the lanes, please. NE3 and Junior Comp to the lanes, please. So D-Gas, you should be in the lanes. NE3 and Junior Comp need you to the lanes. Mike Rogers, Bryce Youngdale, Mike in the Anglia. Bryce goes 17 on the free. The former 2-time champion goes 11.71. 164 earlier. 11.87. Mike Rogers lifting out the throttle at 90 miles an hour is Ralph Coates. And Matt Johnson, Matt, your number 1 qualifier. Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. He was number 1 when we started the session, Matt Johnson. Remember, Jeff Beck was perfect. So Matt Johnson, number 2. Ralph Coates, 2 quick 11.55 in the Mopar. 20th. Ralph Coates, 14 off the starting line in the Mopar. Now making work down there. 11.56, too quick again. Matt goes 11.62.8. So Matt's been 11.62.8 and dead on 3 in qualifying. Steve Long, Frankie Sizemore. Frank will be far side. That's the Camaro. Steve Long, the 428 Mustang. Frankie, 14 in the Camaro. Steve Long, 63 in the Mustang. 11,600 gets you number 2 because Jeff Beck already showed off and took it. 11,65.3. That improves for Steve Long. 11,71.2 improves for Frankie Sizemore. Steve Long goes to number 8 spot. Frankie goes to the number 12 spot. It's Neil Reed, the Nova. Rod House, the 52 Chev. Krista, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Rod House, 016 reaction time with the 5.2 Chevrolet, which is Ford powered, by the way. Down there at the finish line, Rod goes 11.66, 116, slows a Hun. Neil, still too quick at 11.46.1 with the Novata Tascaderos. Bob Zanner and A.J. Thomas. A.J. driving Grandpa Dale's car was dead on 5, session 1. Zanner too quick at 11.55. AJ 60 on the tree. Going 600 again. 1177 rolling out the throttle, 86 miles an hour. Bob Zander missed her by 5 thou, 11:59.5 is Nick Van Horn, Mike Burgess. Nick won 11:68.2, sits number 11. Qualifying, sits number 4 in the points, Mike Burgess. Tied with Nick for number 4 in the points. Nick's 35 on the tree. Burgess got a fender race him down there, drops the nose of that Camaro, and bap, 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 bap. Nick goes 11:69.4. Michael Burgess goes 11.7, 98 miles an hour difference in speed there. Michael Burgess be 13th. Nick Van Horn is 11th. As Chris Lee and Bob O'Neill, new ride for Chris, far side. He is 3rd in the points. Bob O'Neill, the pickup truck. Bob is number 7 in the points. Chris made the move off the starting line in the Chevelle. 41 on the tree. 11:55, session 1. Chris Lee down there top end. 11:65. Bob O'Neill, 11:92. So Chris, 11:65.2. Number 8, Bob O'Neill, number 15. It's Bob Stanley. Final car, the Trans Am, won 11:62.8, and that's 6th. You can't get number 1 because Jeff Beck is already perfect and dead on 0. Start number 1. Bob is 6 right now. He can improve. You know, hey, I mean, just saying. Facts are fact. Oop, rolled the beams there because the red light started. $11.62.0 to go with your 11.62.8. Ain't bad at all. Wraps up D-Gas. D-Gas coming out next. D-Gas coming out next. Gerald Sizemore, Gary Howard, Camaro. Gary Farside, 2nd gen Camaro. Gerald over here, the 1st gen Camaro. Small block left, big block right. D-Gas, first pair. Gerald number 3 in the points. Top end, 10:53. Gary Howard, too quick, 10:68.5. Gerald Sidemore improves with his car. Gerald, number 15. Of course, Butch Hedrick, dead on 4, sitting number 1. So you got a little bit to play with now is Cheyenne Custer, Dave Brownson Jr. Number 8 in the points is Dave in the Oldsmobile right side. Cheyenne, number 7 in the points with the Nova left side. And down there top end, 10. Wow, Dave Brownson goes 10:18. That is low ET for D-Gas. Cheyenne Custer, 10:53. Too quick again also. It's now Dighton, Sizemore, Grant Warner. Dighton number 5 in the points with Camaro. That slammed Camaro. Went 10:67. Grant Warner sitting number 2 at 10:62.2. Grant was first off the starting line in the Oldsmobile. Grant goes dead on 5. Grant Warner moves up a bunch. Dighton goes 10:63.2, moves up a bunch. Grant Warner to the number 2 spot. Dighton to the number 6 spot. Butch Hendricks, dead on 4, still sitting number 1. Woolly Bear, Rich Llewellyn, couple of Novas. Rich Wright, Colin Poist Automotive out there in Yucca Valley. And Woolly Bear, the Fabricator, Oakview. Good matchup here with the Novas. 10:57, too quick. 10:58, Rich Llewellyn, too quick. Number 1 qualifier, Butch Hendricks, dead on 4. And Rich Fernandez, Mustang for Rich. Rich sitting number 20 at 10:75.6. Once you go back-to-back 1060, not bad. 10.627, 127. Butch in the Chevelle. Rich slows a little bit to a 10.87.2. Now Gary Hardy. Dylan Chimetti. Gary's number 9 in the Chick Magnet at 10.64.2. Dylan, a 2-quick 10.36.4, sitting 34th in a 36-car field. Gary Hardy, 018 in that Chick Magnet. Hardy goes 10.54, too quick. Dylan goes again too quick, 10.30. In fact, Dylan goes quicker this time. Gary Hardy, 10.54. Too quick is Yerrick Youngquist and Robert Grove. Robert, contention for low ET and degas, went 10.44. 10.62.8 for number 1 in the points, tied with Anthony Byers, Eric Youngquist. The Vega out of Murrieta. Used to be my neighbor before I moved. Set number 5 is Eric, qualified. Eric moves off the starting line first in the Vega wagon. Robert gonna kind of like play that finish of that Fender racing game down there. 10.59.2 Eric. 10.67.2 Robert Grove. Robert Grove, number 15. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NE3 and Junior Comp, you should be in the lanes. NE3 and Junior Comp, you should be in the lanes. C-Gas, Charlie Gas, need you in the lanes, please. C-Gas, Charlie Gas, need you in the lanes, please. Dave Brown, the Vega. Matt Flood, the Camaro. Top end, Matt Flood, improves a bunch. 10.613 Matt. Dave Brown goes another 10.70. To stand on his earlier 10.70. Matt Flood up to that number 3 spot. Butch Hendrick, still number 1. Dead on 4th is Shiloh Edwards. The Evil Shenanigans Nova. Rich Strickfate. Rich said number 9 at 10.63.5. How about dead on 5? Shiloh Edwards goes to the number 2 spot. Rich Strickfaden, 10.61.1 will stand on the earlier 10.63.5. And Shiloh number 3, right behind Grant Warner, Butch Hendricks. Anthony Byers, number 1 in the points, tied with that Eric Youngquist. A couple of long roof racing cars sitting in the number 1 spot. Danny Valdez, that's the Nova, far side. 65 Nova sedan, 65 Nova wagon. I know that stuff because I can see them. Hey, Jeff Kreider. Oh, how I love the drag races. Anthony made the move. Nova side by side down there. How about dead on 4, Anthony Byers. 10.53.7. Danny Valdez. Anthony to the number 2 spot, tied Butch Hendrick, but Butch did it first, so he gets that number 1 spot. Linda Valdez, Ed Walker, the Roadrunner, Ed, in the hunt for low ET for D-Gas, 10.08. Linda, 10.666. The Camaro. I'll take that car home tonight, but don't tell Linda. The move to the Roadrunner. Meep, meep. 10.09 Ed Walker. 10.636. Linda improves up to the number 12 spot as Linda Valdez in her Camaro is Jeff Thompson, Jeremy Jennings, Jeremy Farside. Jeff Thompson, couple of Novas. Jeremy Farside, 69 Nova. Jeff Thompson, 71 Nova. 10.63 for Jeremy, session 1. 10.64, Jeff Thompson, session 1. Finish line, 10.64, Jeff Thompson. 10.63, Jeremy Jennings. That'll work. Bill Norton, Cal Gordon, Cal Farside, Mustang. Went 11:05, session 1 for problems. Bill Norton, former champion. 10:62.8. Bill Norton, the comfortably numb Nova, is at number 7. Bill Norton, 003 red. Top end, Bill Norton, 10.646. Stands on his 62, stays number 7. 10:40. Well, Cal improves, but he goes a bunch too quick. Ellie Flood, Scott Reed. Miss Ellie, the Camaro. Matt Flood Racing Team Machine. It's Scott Reed, 67 Camaro, far side. Ooh, a lot of smoke out of that Scott Reed car down there. Ellie goes 10:47, and Scott Reed is just like got rid of all the mosquitoes down there. Man, I hope it's something simple to fix and not much to clean up. I hope. But it seems to have gotten worse down there. The SoCal Speed Top Safety Safari on the move, man, as that was just a cloud of smoke that started about 800 foot. And Scott comes to a stop on the track there, jumps out of the car, and well, word is there's a little bit of stuff down there, so be down for a few minutes here. And boy, Scott Reed, man, that was like a big old honking cloud of smoke down there. So we'll be down for a few minutes here. So all our friends out there on the World Wide Web, you know, you can walk over in the kitchen and get a cold one. Everybody else here at the track, you can go over to the Dog Pound to get yourself a cold one there. If you're racing, not alcohol, of course. Kevin Raposo or Kamaka Pocock to the tower, please. Kevin Raposo or Kamaka, or should I say my Hawaiian brothers come to, yeah, my Hawaiian brothers come to the tower, please. Kevin or Kamaka, come up to the tower, please. Oh, yeah. What? Oh, yeah, Mahalo can't come. Yeah, that's right. So Kevin or Kamaka need you to come to the tower, please. My Hawaiian brothers. Great job by the SoCal Speed Shop safeties for you. We're rocking and roll again with Camaros, 68 Camaros, Eddie Thomas left, Bill Rogers right. Bill Rogers goes 10.69, slows 3. Eddie Thomas goes 10.69, slows 5 from session number 1. James Burt, Mike Forsythe, a couple of guys who ran 10.70s, session number 1. Of course, James in the 55 Chevrolet, the defending class champion. It showed him the way last year. James is 39 on the tree. That's a better than 2 reaction times. I'd like to improve on 1071. He does 1062, 126. Mike Forsythe 1140. Slows. Like, yeah. So James Burt up to that number 6 spot. William Gopensky, Jason Wattenberger. Jason, 5.5 Chevrolet. William, the Camaro. Jason was 2 quick session number 1. William set number 7 is 10.62.7. Top end, 10.63. Oh, man, William Gopensky goes dead on 0. Jason goes 10.63.5 and was in the way. William dead on 0. Well, Butch, Anthony, Grant, Shiloh, all your dead-ons with the sum ain't going to work anymore. William closes out D-Gas with a perfect, and it'll start tomorrow on that number 1 spot. By the way, again, that quick reminder, Juniors and Hot Rod will run round number 1 today. Juniors and Hot Rod, you will run round number 1 later on today. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. C-Gas, Charlie Gas, you should be in the lanes, please. C-Gas, Charlie Gas, you should be in the lanes, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, need you in the lanes, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 2, you should be in the lanes, please. Nostalgia Eliminator 3 with Brian Schubert and Justin Ball. That's your defending champion over there. Right here in the Michelob Ultra Lane. Went 9.640, sitting number 2. Stephen Welch at 63 with a 7, sitting number 1. I got a feeling that's going to change real fast. Brian Schubert went 10.58, session number 1. It is ANRA debut. Clean green, Justin with the move. The champ looking to get back in that point. So down there top end, Justin Ball, 9.66, 135. Brian out of the throttle again at 10.23, 4, 124. So Justin will stay number 2 as Ron Anzalone and Trevor Larkin for Dick Mosley and Mike Mosley. And, well, they won 9.11, session number 1. It's kind of like good news, bad news. You're not quick enough to move up to NE2, but you're like a bunch too quick for NE3. So, well, Mike Mosley got a little bit of tune-up to do there. It's Ron Anzalone, the former champion in this category, sitting number 4 in the points. K-Sissel team car. 6-cylinder altered for Ron Anzalone. Ford-powered altered for Trevor Larkin. Anzalone first off that starting line. Trevor putting another good one down. I got a feeling it's going to be too quick. 9:21, 140. Well, it gets closer to 9:60, but still too quick. Anzalone at 9.679 improves Ron Anzalone up to the number 5 spot is Bob Burkert and Cameron Webb. That is your ANRA champion left side, your NHRA Heritage Series national champion right side at Cameron Webb. Burkert at number 3 at 9.64.2. Cameron, a too quick 9.55, session number 1. Where's Bob, number 2 in the points, behind Stephen Welch. Both of them pre-staged. Cameron 0.39 on the tree. Bob's 0.15 on the tree. Watch him down there top end. That's pretty good. About 9.53, too quick again, Cameron Webb. 9.64.2 to go with his earlier. 9.64.2 is Bob Burkert. Bob will stay number 3 is Papa Dave Walker. Bill Swanson. Bill, the Winlight Ministries. Chapel Service altered, who is sitting number 5 in the points. Qualified number 4, and Papa Dave. Tied with Phil Swanson and Justin Ball for that number 5 spot. Sit number 6 qualifying wise. The game plan tomorrow, by the way, is Winlight Ministries Chapel Service right behind the tower at 7 a.m. Phil Swanson rolled on through their deep stage red light. Will still put up a qualifying number, improve on 9.66. Wow, 9.13, 1.38. I'm going to go on record as saying that was a rear wheel start for Phil Swanson. Dave Walker, 9.73, 1.37. Craig Wallace and Lizzie Christie's. Miss Lizzie far side with 9.59, too quick by 3 thou, session number 1. Craig Wallace, 9.74.7. Craig would like to step on it. Lizzie'd like to woe it back a little bit. Move out that starting line, Craig Wallace in the Roadster. 14 on the tree. Craig goes 9.591. Lizzie slows down 9.71.4. So Lizzie improves. Lizzie up to the number 6 spot. Craig will stay in that number 8 spot. Is your number 1 qualifier, number 1 in the points, Stephen Welch, 9.637. Session number 1 for your points leader to get that number 1 spot. A little bit of surprise that 63 with a 7 held up. Of course, Stephen's still got to run, so that may change. .043 on the tree. Work with me here. 9.56.5, and Stephen Welch will start out of that number 1 spot. Junior Comp coming out next. Carly Ball, Jack Hiley, first pair. Number 2 of the points, Carly Ball. Number 3 of the points, Jack Hiley. Jack be right side, Michelob Ultra lane. Carly over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. Jeff Ball standing out in front of his daughter. Dad say go get him, kids. Carly over there far side. Jack over here right side. In set. Jack with the move at 044. Looking for 690. 693. Abigail Rogers is number 1. Wow, Carly goes 671. Jack goes 6937. That will get him number 2. Abigail Rogers is number 1, 93 with a 1. Ethan Williams, number 1 in the points as Ethan comes up here, Michelob Ultra lane. And Josh DeSouza. Josh will be in that 3-way Chevrolet team. So Josh over there far side, Ethan over here. Josh went 672, 2 quick session 1. Ethan was 697.7, sitting number 4. Abigail Rogers, 693.1. I got a feeling that's going to change. But right now, see what Ethan does right side. Josh is 37, Ethan's 46 off that starting line. Top end, 688, 2 quick Josh DeSouza. 689.5, 2 quick Ethan Williams. But Josh will improve because he's closer even though he's still too quick. Josh will get up to the number 7 spot. Ethan will stay number 4. It's Abigail Rogers and Emerson Rose Pyers. Miss M far side for Mike Pyers and the team, sitting number 5, qualifying. Abigail Rogers, number 1 in qualifying. Number 5 in the points. Red light start, Abby, 001 red. Emerson's 39 green. Down there, top end, Miss M, 6958. Abigail goes 6980. So Emerson moves up to the number 4 spot. It's now to be Isabella Pyers. Isabella Farside and Noah Kolb for the Kolb Family Motorsports. By the way, juniors and juniors only. If you have made 1 run or less, come to the Grove for your cleanup. Juniors only. If you've made 1 run or less, come to the Grove for cleanup. That's juniors only. So Noah Kolb and Isabella Pyers. Noah 716.0 sit number 6. Isabella 694.9 sitting number 3. Noah Kolb 001 off that starting line. Improve on qualifying. Noah down there, 695.4. Noah Isabella Pyers, 6.923 to the number 1 spot is Isabella. 6.923 goes number 1 is Aiden Pyers and Justice Brown. Both of them too quick session number 1. Aiden at 675. Justice Brown, the Right Way Trailers team car, at 687. So they just want something on the good side of 690. Justice deep stage, he likes to do it. It's allowed in this category. Aiden's 13 off the starting line. Justice 60. Somebody take that number 1 spot. 685, too quick, Aiden Pyers. 684, too quick, Justice Brown. So Abigail will be number 2. Isabella Pyers, number 1. We go into round number 1 tomorrow. Again, juniors, and juniors only. If you have not had, if you're 1 run or less, come to the Grove for cleanup. So juniors only, 1 run or less, come to the Grove for cleanup. So a little bit of track prep there. Seagas, you will be out next. Seagas. Attention to pits, attention to pits. B gas, boy gas, need you to lays, please. B gas, boy gas, need you to lays, please. Index up there at 960 for Seagas with Brian Smith, former national champion, ANRA champion, the Cougar, and Greg Griffiths. Greg, the stunning 65 Chevelle. Number 2 qualifier is Brian in the Cougar. Number 5 is Greg in the Chevelle. Number 1 is Gary Lynch at 62 with the 1. And I got a feeling that may take a beating. Of course, I said that earlier and I was wrong. I know that stunned you, that I was wrong. Greg jumped first. Finish line. How about Greg Griffith? I told you that 62 wouldn't last. Not Greg Griffith, dead on 6, goes number 1. Brian Smith, 959, 955, 9, too quick. So Greg, dead on 6, goes to the top as Russ Andrew, Dan Barry, this pair. Dan Farside, the Mighty Mouse Nova. On Russ and the Plim. Russ has gone 963.4. He's 4th. Dan Barry, too quick by a Hunt, is 11th. Dan Barry, too quick again at 956. Russ Andrew, 964, slows a Hunt. He'll stay 4th. It's Kamaka Pocock, the Nova. Of course, all their friends over there in Maui, remembering them, the Pocock family. Chris Robbins, the Thunderbolt, loved that ride. Kamaka went too quick, 947. Chris Robbins is 6th at 966. Chris Robbins improves 9617. Kamaka goes 9749. Chris Robbins will move up to the number 2 spot. Greg Griffin scores number 1, dead on 6. Frank Osborne, Don Momey. In set. Momey, the 38 Chevrolet, first off that starting line. Improve on 957. Don Momey, dead on 5. Frank goes 10:01. He slows, but Don Momey, dead on 5, takes over that top spot by a thou. I told you that 62 with 1 to take a beating. You never believe me. Alan Gefton, Henry J., and Brad Thompson, Jailbreak Nova. Where's Brad, number 3 in the points in that points battle, and Seagas goes 961.1. That improves from a 64. Allen goes 10:27.6. That slows from a 9:99. Brad up to the number 3 spot. It's Gary Lynch and Billy Teague. Oh, this baby's fun. Billy Teague tied for number 1 in the points with Dan Barry. He is your defending champion. And Gary Lynch in that number 5 spot with the Austin. Lynch went 9.62.1. Gary did session 1. Billy was too quick at 9.58.9. With the Teague Motorsports Nova. $31 on the tree, Billy Teague. $30 on the tree, Gary Lynch in the Austin. That's pretty good down there. 9.57, too quick, Billy Teague. 9.58, too quick, Gary Lynch. So they'll stand on their earlier numbers as Jason Barta, Russ Andrew. Russ Farside, that's the Nova. Jason Barta. Jason's at number 8, 9.69.9 with the wing Chevelle. Russ at number 7, 9.63.4. Of course, Don Momey at number 1, dead on 5. Down there, top end, 9.622. Jason improves. 9.666. Russ slows 300. Jason Barta will jump up to the number 6 spot as Jason Barta. Scotty Morgan. Camaro out of Tracy on that 580 freeway. Number 2 in the points is Scotty. Qualified number 12. And a 2 quick by 8 thou, Scott Morgan. Scott Morgan, 24 on the tree. Lori's driver down through their top end. 9.638 improves. So Scott Morgan up into the top 10. That wraps up Z-Gas. Nostalgia, Eliminator 2. Number 2. Oh, these guys are tied for number 2 in the points. Matt Peterdell, right side, the Bantam. And Michael Ditz, left side, the 23T. Qualifying-wise, Michael Ditz is 7th at 8.69.5. Matt Peternell is number 2, dead on 7. Of course, points leader, the Duke Mobile, Duke Baker, number 1 at dead on 6. That red light start means absolutely nothing for Matt. It's all about 8,600 right now. 8.63.9 Matt. 8.705 Michael Ditz. They will stay 2 and 7th. Is Ted New, the defending class champion, number 6 in the points. Qualified number 3 is Ted Farside, 8.61.0. And Terry Scaduto, quartermileparts.com team car for Terry and Jack and the bunch. The 2 quick 8.53.8 for Terry in session number 1. Terry number 7 in the points, trying to have one of those get well weekends. Of course, everybody's trying to have a get well weekend except for Duke Baker, who's sitting in the water box here. Michelob Ultra Lane. Ted New, 018. Terry Scaduto, 032. 8.53 again, Terry. 8.63 Ted. Ted will stay number 3. Terry will stay number 13th and start out of that lucky 13th spot is Jason Truby, former champion, far side for the Truby Brothers Motorsports, and Robert Duke Baker, the Duke Mobile. Number 1 in the points, number 1 qualifier is the Dukester. Duke Baker went dead on 6, session number 1. Jason Truby, 8.622, sits number 5. Jason first at 0.30. Duke right behind him at 0.46. Down there top end, 8.598. Jason Truby missed her by 2 thou. Duke Baker, Robert goes 8.643, and he'll stand earlier. Dead on 6, stays number 1 is Jake Mosier, the Itchy Rat, number 3 in the points far side. Jake is qualified number 6, and Josh Jennings, the dragster. Josh is qualified number 9. Attention the pits, attention the pits. A-Gas, Apple Gas, need you the lanes, please. A-Gas, Apple Gas, the lanes, please. NE1, Nostalgia Eliminator 1, need you the lanes, please. By the way, juniors with 1 run or less, juniors only, to the Grove for your cleanup, please. So Josh rolls up your right side. 8.78 for the number 9 spot. Jake Mosier, the Itchy Rat, the Cheetah. 8.631. Jake sitting in that number 6 spot. Josh and the dragster first off the starting line at 0.38. That's pretty good down there. 8.59.1, Jake too quick. He'll stand on his 63. Josh steps up and goes 8.67.3. And Josh up to the number 7 spot, right behind Jake. And that number 6 spot is Steve Omsheed and Sean Smith. I'm sorry, my apologies. Steve Omsheed, right side. And George Lawrence for the Famoso Speed Shop. George in from Las Vegas. Injected small block dragster, which that car is so cool. I love that car. Steve Omsheed. Omsheed in the number 7 spot. So the small block dragster for George and the team. The big block altered for Steve Omsheed and the team. Steve won 8.71, session 9. George did not run session 1. Steve made a move at 0.73 on that starting line. Down there top end, 8.57, too quick this time, but closer is Steve Omsheed. 8.36, George Lawrence, that's like a bunch too quick. But a number at that. By the game, once again, I'm going to give that reminder. Juniors who have had 1 run or less, juniors who have had 1 run or less, need you to the Grove for your cleanup run. Go into that quick reminder. Juniors and Hot Rod, you will run first round later on today. Clint Ariel. And Robert Johnson. Clint, the injected dragster, altered, my apologies, out of Utah. And Robert Johnson, the Ford-powered dragster for the former class champion. Sit number 4 is Robert, far side, 8.61.8. Clint, a shut off earlier, 10.94.6 for the altered in from Utah. Clint's in and set, waiting on Robert. All 4 lights are on, flash of yellow. Robert with the big-time move in that dragster. Clint's car just did not respond there. Top end, Robert Johnson. 8.614 to go with his 8.618. Clint getting out to 10.3. Robert will stay number 4. Clint, number 11. Sean Smith, the 13-second run in session number 1. The team out of Simi Valley. It's at number 12. That's going to be a little bit better. 40 on the tree is shown down there top end. 8:39. Well, it's way too quick, but it's a whole hell of a lot better than a 13-second run. Gracie Reynolds in from Goleta in her ANRA debut. As I said earlier, played backup babe for her dad for so many years and finally now getting the opportunity. The 34 coupe went 8.92.7 her first run ever in competition. Very cool. To wrap up, Nostalgia Eliminator 2 qualifying session number 2. B-Gas will be out next. B-Gas will be out next. So Gracie Reynolds, trying to improve on 8.92 down there, top end, Miss Gracie. Wow, 8.56.9. I know that's too quick, but hey, she's going to be happy with that. Blake smiling and snapping. A great job there. 8.56.9, 154, and now she's got something to work with. Very cool there for Gracie in her debut, and just glad to see that happen. That's going to get some high fives down there from everybody, and Blake and everybody, good job. Going to be hard to control the smiles of that girl. Oh, I lied. One more car. Mike Golden. Driver's license run here, wrap that up, then move into B-Gas. B-Gas session number 2. 860 up on the board with Neil Westbrook and David Mallory. Of course, Neil was the first ever to have one of those undefeated seasons. David Mallory sitting number 3 in the points. The M&M Devilish Brandon's Transmissions. Camaro right side. Neil Westbrook in from Pixley. Neil went 2,000 quick. David Mallory went 8:64.4. David sits number 3 in qualifying. Neil number 12. Neil sitting at number 6 spot in the points. Neil with the move. Neil was 24 on the starting line. 2 first-gen Camaros down there. 8:72. Wow, David Mallory goes dead on 6. It goes to that number 1 spot. David dead on 6. Neil go to that number 1 spot. Neil at 8:72.3 improves. Wanted more. Neil will be up to that number 7 spot, but the guy in the other lane dead on 6 for David Mallory. Randy Armstrong, white Patty out there, and Al White. 55 Chevrolet for Al. Al is number 5 in the points. Randy Armstrong, number 6 on the points for the former champion, in that 5-7 Chevrolet. Couple of red light starts. Randy was better at 010 RED. 870, Al White. That improves. 863, Randy Armstrong. That improves. Randy number 4, Al White number 7. David Mallory, of course, dead on 6 at number 1 is Kurt Pocock and Gary Davis. Gary in the Camaro far side, sit number 6 at 8:701. And Kurt out of Hawaii for all of Maui, of course. 2 quick 8:51.9. Gary with the move, 0:33. Dead on 5 will get you number 1. 8:53. Kurt goes 2 quick again. Gary Davis goes 8:70 again. They stay. Number 6, Gary. Number 17, Kurt. Is Jim Black. Justin Crosby. Jim, former champion. King's Oil Tool Nova out of Paso Robles. 8:55, 2 quick session number 1. And Justin Crosby. Big Booty Judy. 46 Plim, number 5 at 8:65.6 for Justin and the team. Jim Black, number 4 in the points. Of course, everybody chasing that Mark Lager. And Roger Stallmaker is there tied for the top spot. Jim Black staged up, waiting on Justin to roll up there. Hemi-powered 46 Plim Business Coupe. Justin is red, Jim is green. That's pretty good down there. 8:76, Justin Crosby slows. 8:65.3, Jim Black improves. Jim Black to the number 5 spot. Justin will stay number 6. Is now Tony Bromley, defending class champion, the GTO for Tony Farside, and Mark Lager out of Utah, the Novaholic, number 1 in the points, tied with the Corvair. Oh, speaking of Corvairs, oh, I love the pair. We'll talk about that later. Tony's 16 on the tree. Mark is 35 on the tree. Tony top end, 8:63. Mark had problems. He only runs 9:20. Tony, 8:638. Stays number 2. Mark will stay number 11. Rick Kwazinga and Roger Stallmaker. Roger, the Corvair, tied with Mark Lager for number 1 in the points with the Corvair out of the Brandon's Transmissions and Auto Service. Rick Kwazinga, RK, this stunning 55 Chevrolet. Rick in session number 1. That lucky number 13 spot with the 901. He wants a whole lot more than that out of that 55 Chevrolet. Roger Stalnaker, number 3, 862.9. Of course, David Mallory, dead on 6, sitting number 1 with the Camaro. Rick with the move, 36 on the tree, that 55 Chevrolet. Rick wants to improve a bunch with that 55 Chevrolet. Wow, he does. He goes 842. That's like a boatload too quick. So he's been way too quick and way too slow for that 860 index. Roger goes 8621 and improves 8 thousandths of a second and is number 2 right now is Jeff Gorgie and Val Miller. Val, that's the CUDA for the team out of Bakersfield, who's number 4 in the points, went 872, would like to improve. Jeff Gorgie, the Nova, 1236 is 14th out of that Nova, which got a whole lot more ponies left in that baby. So Val wants to get down to that 860. Jeff over there in the Nova wants to just step on it, go to the finish line under power. Val Miller, 19 on the train. You hear Jeff had to pedal it again. Going to get back in it, though. Val down through there. 8.666 improves. Jeff improves a bunch, too, doing 990, but he is going to need a whole lot more. So Val, number 7. Jeff, number 14. This is Rick Logston. A bye run here. Mike Munoz is Team Oldsville. Rick, number 7 in the points. Qualified 16th at a 2-quick 8:54.9. Of course, David Mallory still walking around going, hey, baby, dead on 6. I'm number 1. Come and get you some of that. So a bye run for Rick and the team. And then we'll have a little father-daughter matchup. Rick is 10 on the tree. It improve on 8:54.9. 8.631. Rick Logston. And Rick to the number 4 spot with Mike Munoz, Team Oldsmobile. Is now it'll be a little father-daughter matchup with Megan Gorman and Tim Gorman. That's Dad Farside. The Delano Propane Team Cars, the 55 Chevrolet for Dad Farside. Of course, the 67 Camaro for your March Meet B-Gas champion, and Megan Gorman. Former ANRA champion is Miss Megan. Megan is qualified number 16 at 8.597, 2 quick by 3 thou. Dad, number 13 at 8.749. So Megan, the Camaro, with lower back a little bit. Tim wants to step on it, get into the 60s with the 55 shell. Tim Gorman first off that starting line at 54 on the tree. Now it's all about scoreboard numbers. 8.636 Megan. Tim Gorman slows a Hun to a 75. Megan up to the number 6 spot. And Tim Gorman, the number 14 spot. That'll wrap up B-Gas, I do believe. A-Gas coming out next. A-Gas. My apologies. We're going to do the junior cleanup runs because we are going to run first round of juniors today, later on after the rest of the qualifying runs. So junior cleanup is going to come out next, and then we'll go right back into our regularly scheduled program. Brody Connor. Cleanup run for juniors, group number 2 for Brody. Brody number 4 in the points. Oh, 006 on the tree for Brody. It won't get him number 1 because Blake Barta was 004. Quad 8s at 74 miles an hour for Brody. Couple of driver's license runs. Then right back to A-Gas. A-Gas. Darren Roberts and that Kudolution sitting number one. About 800 cubic inches. Mopar in that right over there far side. 761-1 for the number one spot in Jim Teague. Jim Teague, number 4 in the points. The Nova, Teague Brothers Motorsports, Jim, Billy. Jim Teague, 757-2 for the 11th spot. That's 300 too quick, by the way. Jim Teague, 32 on the tree. 61-0, and you get number one. 768, Darren Roberts. 767, Jim Teague. Jim Teague improves. Darren slows. 7. Jim Teague up to the number 4 spot, but Darren stays number 1. Is John Solani and Ray Padgett. Oh, they paired up session 1. John right side, 799, number 8. Ray left side, 767, number 5. Couple of guys tied for number 6 in the points. '63 split window Corvettes, big block Chevrolets or BBCs. Looking to go 7,600 just like that. Ray goes 38 on the tree. John is 45 on the tree. Ray going to get there first in that three-way Chevrolet late at 770. He slows 300. John Solani slows 108 flat. Ray was 177. John was 170. I'm a little bit surprised. I thought they might step up a little more, that pair. So Terry Newton, your defending class champion for McClure Racing. Camarillo, the 53 Stewed. Jim Sudan. The Pontiac Le Mans. Terry number 2 in qualifying at 762.7. Jim Sudan number 7 at 788.0. With the Tempest. Jim in the Pontiac wants to step on it big time. 788 probably won't work at A-Gas. Terry Newton looking to go back-to-back. Move out that starting line is Jim at the Pontiac, and he's, get away from that center line. Terry Newton down there, top end, 759, too quick by 2 thou at 184. Jim slows 200 to a 790 with a 9, and that Pontiac got over near the center line there. But Terry Newton, I know he went too quick, but you go 62 with a 7 and 59 with an 8. You got to be pretty happy when A-Gas qualified. Your A-Gas session number 1 tomorrow is Frank Miranda and Brendan Fry. Brendan Farside, that swoopy 5.7 Chevrolet, qualified number 3 at 764.2. Number 1 in the points. In fact, Brendan's number 2. Frank Miranda, right side, the Rambler Wagon. The home wrecker 4 Rambler Wagon. Sit number 11 for your points leader at a 2 quick 758.8. a red light start there. Brendan's 0.45 on the tree, 7.67. Brendan slows 3, 7.71. Is actually an improvement for Frank because he'd gone too quick before. Now he's on the good side of 7.60. And Frank will jump up to the number 6 spot. It's Tom Huggins and Chris Curtis. Munoz, and this is like a cool matchup. The Munoz Racing Chevelle, Mike Munoz, Jim Lang and the boys for Aquaflow. Number 4 in the points is Chris Curtis. Qualified number 11, too quick by 4th bow, and they have not come forward yet. Tom Huggins coming back from his burnout is number 7 at 783.3. And there comes Chris rolling up, a car that he built. And I'm telling you, you got to look at that baby. It is a stunner. Three-stage, both cars. Tom Huggins first off that starting line, that Corvette. Yes, baby's pretty good. Oh, watch that down there, top end. Chris Curtis, 7.61.8. Chris Curtis goes to the number 2 spot. Tom Huggins at 7.74.5 improves. Chris Curtis, number 2. Tom Huggins, number 1 is Cale Mallory and Scott Saltzman. Scott Farside, 84 Corvette. Cale over here, the Nova that did not run session number 1 as Cale came up in the lanes and had problems. In this car, he has been working on it, just trying to get it better and better, and it's just had its struggles. But just when you think it's all fixed and good and done, something rears its ugly head again. But Cale's going to find his way. Supercharged Nova for Cale. Supercharged Corvette for Scott. Scott won at 896 first run. Cale rolled in and staged, went up on the trans brake. He didn't even wait for the tree. So Scott going to patiently wait. Now he'll roll up and take his shot at the track. A red light start means absolutely nothing. Top end, out of the throttle, 821, 122. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 coming out next. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, Joey Trotsky and Eiley Stafford. Joey, a former champion, number 4 in the points. Boys, Eiley, your March Meet Nitro Pro Comp champion for John Brandon, the team far side. Now Joel Grusin built small block. Now Kevin Raposo helping him out this weekend. Joey Trotsky, big block Bantam, long wheelbase. Joey went 763 for the number 4 spot, session number 1. Eiley, 789 with an in and out of the throttle. Of course, Hans Jacob, 7610, sitting number 1. That's number 2 in the points, Hans Jacob, by the way. Must be that Don Hirsch good luck. We'll set the field in Nostalgia Eliminator 1 with this qualifying session. Joey, a nice move. Eiley right alongside him. And now top end, Joey goes 765.5, slows 2. Eiley improves a bunch to a 774.5. Eiley will be number 7. Joey stays number 4 as he slowed 2. Is Dave Isley and Greg Den Hartog. Greg Farside. I'll tell you, anyone has a whole crowd of Den Hartog team cars. Greg, 759.0, sitting 10th with the altered Farside. Dave Isley, 761.1. He is number 3, right behind Garrett Crisp, and of course the aforementioned Hans Jacob. Garrett also went 761.1, but he did it before Dave Isley, so he gets that number 2 spot. And Greg, they just reel it back a hun. Nothing to it. Go 760 something, you're going to be number 1. So Dave Isley, number 3 in the points, right behind Hans Jacob and Dan Engel. And Dan Engel, your points leader, is not here this weekend. Dave Isley, 025 on the tree. Dave Isley top end, 764.0. Greg Den Hartog improves it, 7718. Both of them over 176 miles an hour. Dave Isley will stay number 3. Greg Den Hartog up to the number 6 spot. Or I'm sorry, the number 7 spot. Is now it'll be David Den Hartog, the Vian, and Charlie C., the class champion, what former NE2 champion, the reigning NE1 champion, is Charlie, the team in from Fresno. Charlie, 754.3, sitting number 11. David, 7708, sitting number 6. Charlie first off that starting line at 034. Down there top end, pretty good old matchup. How about 771.6 Charlie? Slower, but improves. 7770 David Den Hartog. That slows also. So Charlie, number 7. David, number 6. Is Hans Jacob and Chad Camping. Chad will be far side. For the team in from Paso Robles and Hans Jacob. Hans, number 2 in the points. Your number 1 qualifier, 7610 for the Precision Custom Engines team car. Backing up here, Michelob Ultralight. Of course, Chad Camping, Paso Robles. Chad sitting in that number 5 spot. 2 injected big block Chevrolets, but 2 different styled big block injectors. Chad, the more traditional stack. Of course, Hans, 761.0 for the number 1 spot. Chad, 763.0 for the number 5 spot. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Big cars, 1 run or less. Clean up to the lanes, please. Hot Rod Eliminator, anyone. Big cars, 1 run or less. to the lanes for cleanup, please. So Hans is pre-stage. Waiting on Chad far side. .013 Hans Jacob. .032 Chad Camping. Watch that baby down there. That's a great one. Hans is 767.1. He slows 6. Chad is 7702. He slows 7. They will stay number 1 and number 5. Once again, cleanup. Big cars, need you the lanes, please. 1 run or less. Big cars, 1 run or less. Need your lanes for your cleanup. It's Max Cassie and Darren Den Hartog. Man, I told you there's a bunch of them here. Darren over there far side is ANRA Debut and Max Cassie. Max, the ET Genie car. The very cool mechanical throttle stop, which I absolutely love. Went 8:15 first run. And Darren's car lost fire, and they are pushing him back, I believe. Well, I mean, I know they're pushing him back. I pick up on that stuff. So Max coming back, looking to step on it. Pick it up from that 8:15 run. So big cars, 1 run or less. Need you the lanes for cleanup, please. Big cars, 1 run or less. Need you the lanes for cleanup, please. So see what Max does here. Max is 17 on the tree. Runs it down through there, 8:038, 161 Max Cassie. And that improves. Going to need some more for round number 1, but still an improvement. Max will start out in that number 11 spot so far. George Johns and Derek Christ. Nostalgia Eliminator 1, qualifying session number 2. George come up right side here, 780 with a 1, session number 1 for George, puts him in that number 10 spot. Derek Christ, 7611 for the number 2 spot. For the altered far side, injected big block Chevrolet. George, supercharged big block Chevrolet. Pre-stage, George Garrett. George looking to pick her up. Ran 780 session number 1. George moved first. George was 0.25 on the tree. Garrett 7.65, 170. Stands on his 761. George slows the Hun to a 781. So they will stay 2 and 10. Junior comp cleanup run with Carly Ball. $692.2 if you want to be number 1, Carly. She's gone 671.0 in her one and only shot at the track. See what Carly does here to improve 671. Whoa it back a little bit. 74 on the tree. 6.829 improves, but still too quick. 6.82.9 is getting, of course, Dad, brother Justin, they'll kind of like, yep, we'll be fine. Richard Leo and E-Gas on that 1160 index. 009. Runs down through there. 1175.3. It's now Kristen Snell. Kristen is Sportsman Eliminator. Haven't seen Kristen all year with the Mopar wagon. Open wheel cleanup with Mike Brock, John Van Veen. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Juniors, round number 1 to the Grove, please. Juniors, round number 1 to the Grove, please. Mike Brock and the Bantam first off that starting line. $10.50, $125. Mike Brock, John Van Veen, $12.92, $111. So Eddie Baker. Well, Eddie kind of stumbled to get off that start. Had that problem first session. Had to push her off. So, yeah, the cleanup run. .2846 is 87 miles an hour. Which, again, by the way, juniors to the Grove, round number 1, please. Juniors to the Grove, round number 1, please. By the way, a quick reminder, Windlight Ministries Chapel Service, 7 a.m., right behind the tower here. The Windlight Ministries Chapel Service, right behind the tower here, 7 a.m. Round number 1 is scheduled to go off with the juniors at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So Darren Denhartog now. Anyone. 3 Den Hardtalk team cars in there. That's cool. 21 on the red side for Darren. Runs it down through there. 770, 165. 770, 165 will put Darren in the number 6 spot. So that will do it for qualifying in Nostalgia Eliminator 1. Oh, no, I lied. I think I lied. I'm not sure. I have no idea. So juniors need you in the Grove for round 1 pairings. Juniors need you in the Grove for round 1 pairings. So the driver's license run there at 10:49, and Cale Mallory. I just talked to Cale a second ago. I said, man, you've had everything go wrong that could go wrong. A gas cleanup run. And Junior should be in the Grove for pairings. Junior should be in the Grove for pairings. Cale's 44 on the tree. And down there finally, 8 flat 171 Cale. 8 flat 171 now. Have something to work with for first round tomorrow. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hot Rod Eliminator, round 1 to the lanes, please. Hot Rod Eliminator, round 1 to the lanes, please. Juniors group number 1 to round number 1 with Easton Oliveira, number 1 in the points. Far side at 14:05 and former champion. And number 3 in the points, Viviana Balacina at 11:95 for Miss Viviana, right side in that Michelob Ultra lane. Easton's in, trying to protect that points lead. Tied with a bunch of them. Clean green, Easton out there. Here comes Viviana. A big-time round number 1 match race. Viviana starting to make that move down there at the top end. Better reaction time. Viviana, 11.94.6 on that $95 for the win. Easton goes out by 4 at 14:01. And one of the power players that was tied for number 1 in the points is gone in round number 1. And everybody's going to go, wow. Because don't forget, Brock Rogers, Kane Bratchard still have to run. And they were tied with Easton for that number 1 spot. By the way, a quick reminder, right behind the tower, tomorrow morning, 7 a.m., the Racers, Winlight Ministries chapel service. I'll get it. 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, Phil Swanson, Matt Miller, Winlight Ministries chapel service. Right behind the tower, tomorrow morning, 7 a.m., round number 2 of the juniors at 8 a.m. So Kane Bratchard, right side, one of those guys tied for that number 1 spot at 12:09. And Cash Hanshu, who is number 2 in the points, the left side at 11:90. Itty bitty little head start going Cade here in that Michelob Ultra lane. Cash far side doing the chasing. There we go. Cash gets in. Green light starts. Cash left, Kane right. 2 go down and 1 comes back in a great matchup here. Cash has already made up that handicap start, runs it down through there at 12:07 as Kane was way out that 12:09 dial-in at 12:88. So Cash Hanshu, number 2 in the points, takes out one of the guys who is tied for number 1 in the points. Is now Brock Rogers, the last of the points leaders, still in right side for M&M Fuels at 11:90. Chasing Alex Aguirre. Alex far side at 14:08. So Brock, M&M Fuels team car, is going to have to very patiently wait. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hot Rod Eliminator, round 1 to the lanes, please. Hot Rod Eliminator, round 1 to the lanes, please. Alex, in his ANRA debut, taking on one of the big-time players. They are clean and they are green. And Brock, Alex. Brock makes up that handicap start and rolls right on down through there. Rolls out of the throttle at 12:10, 49 miles an hour. So Brock will lead with a points lead today. The problems for Alex, and he gets down through there at 17:89 in his ANRA debut. But, hey, glad to have that family out here and appreciate you joining us here for the ANRA Summer Nationals at Famoso Dragstrip. Number 3 in the points, Caden Oliveira, who is tied with Viviana Bellacina for that number 1 spot, or that number 3 spot. They're going to stay tied. 1190, Caden. Final card, juniors group number 1. Caden 079 on the tree, dialed 1190. (1191.6), 53 miles an hour. Yeah, got that baby dialed in. Juniors group number 2, round number 1. Brody Connor, far side. Number 4 in the points, and Travis Reyes, number 5 in the points. Right side here. Heads up race, both of them at 8-9-0. Travis, right side, 009 off that starting line. Goes dead on 5. How about a 14th thou package for Travis? Wow. Brody was like automatically eliminated as soon as he left the starting line. He was 0-43 and had no chance. Wow, that is a stunner. As now it'll be Alex Reyes and Cole Gutierrez. That is a former champion, far side Cole. Number 2 in the points. At 890. Alex Reyes, 890. Alex is number 4 in the points. Cole, number 2 in the points. A red light start, Alex by 12, stinking thousandths of a second. Cole Gutierrez dialed 890, goes 033 on the tree and 885.5. Cole with the automatic W. Points will change. Isabella Rogers, Kane Raptor. Kane Farside, 9 flat, getting a head start. Isabella, 890. And Isabella tied with Cole Gutierrez, who she just saw get a win light. Kane Raptor in that log jam at number 4 in the points. Head start to Kane, far side. Isabella doing the chasing on that 890 dial. And down there, top end, Isabella out by 1 thou, 8,899 for the win. Kane out by 2 hun, 16 thou at 894.8 on that 9 flat dial. And Kane was a bunch better in reaction time, but could not make it work at the finish line. So Isabella dodges one there. It's now Arliss Duke, Logan Oliveira. Logan, you're defending champion in this category. 890, chasing Arliss Duke. Arliss number 3 in the points. Logan number 4 in the points. Arliss at 895. So 895 right side, 890 left side. Logan, Arliss. Pre-stage. Head start goes to Arliss Duke. Logan Oliveira doing the chasing. Green light starts in a great matchup here. Oh, watch that baby down there. This is going to be a good one. Top end, that wind light says Arliss Duke, 8,965 on that 95 dial and 015 for the win. Logan Oliveira, 8,917 on that 90 dial and 034 on the tree for the loss. And that, my friends, was a good one. Number 1 in the points, Blake Barta, 037 on the tree, dialed to 890. The Blake Mobile down there, 919-1, 70 miles an hour, lifting off the throttle. So Blake to round number 2, protecting that points lead as juniors group number 3 coming out next. Justice Brown, Haley Gutierrez. Juniors group number 3, Justice, the national champion at 797, number 2 in the points. Haley Gutierrez, 798 for Miss Haley. Is over there in that 3-way Chevrolet lane. Number 4 in the points here is Haley. One of them off that starting line was 003 and makes the champ pay for it. Haley, 003, 8026 on that 798 dial-in for the win. Justice had one in reaction times. It starts with 1, goes 8 flat on that 97 dial-in, couldn't get there. So number 2 in the points out of here, round number 1. And number 1 in the points, Chase Crandall, not here today, is Coda Patton and Carly Ball. Coda far side, 792. Carly over here, 792. Coda number 3 in the points. Carly number 4 in the points. Move out that starting line to Carly Ball. That wind light goes to Carly Ball. 794.7 on that 92 dial and 028 on the tree. Coda a little behind, goes to 3 over 95 on that 92.051. So number 3 in the points goes out. Number 4 in the points advances. It's Ava Barta and Isabella Pyers. Isabella right side here, three-way Chevrolet lane. Jason, Dad, Grandfather Steve, Brother Blake, 790. Isabella Pyers for the Mike Pyers Team Motorsports. Isabella, number 5 in the points. Ava, number 2 in the points. It's hard to imagine. I've known Ava since she was a little girl. She's now in high school. How could that be? Both these young ladies have known them for a long time and watching them grow up. And, well, dads, Jason, Mike, get ready to buy your girls big cars. Just saying. Heads up race, both of them at 790. Isabella's in, waiting on Ava. Oh, man, I'm telling you right now, Isabella Pyers may have stole this baby off that starting line. Yes, 009 Isabella, 795 for the win. Ava missed the tree. It goes dead on 0 and out of here, unfortunately. However, she was tied with Justice Brown for second place, and they both went out. So Isabella Pyers moving on. Hey, just a quick reminder, I don't think I have to tell you that we do have some weather front coming in here, and if you have any awnings or anything like that, pop-ups, might want to grab them babies and tie them. Better idea, just fold them up, because as you can see the trees here, they're starting to gently move, and they're not going to stay gentle for a long time. Juniors group number 4, Jack Hiley, far side three-way Chevrolet lane at 790, chasing Joe Scaduto. 794 for the Lake Havasu runner. Jack Hiley, number 2 in the points. Joe, number 3 in the points for the champion. Joe Jack, and a good one here down there top end. Watch this, baby. Jack Hiley, 8 flat on that 790 dial-in for the win. Joe goes 802 on that 792 dial-in. And, well, neither one of them were exactly all over their dial-in, but, hey, Jack Hiley says, I'll take that win light any way I can get it. So Jack to round number 2 is Emerson Pyers and Kelly New. Kelly, number 3 in the points. The far side, 790. Emerson, Miss M, 790 in a heads-up race here. Juniors group number 4, round number 1. Hot Rod, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. Hot Rod, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. Starting line advantage, Kelly New down there, top end, Kelly New by 7/10,000ths of a second. Kelly New goes 795.30 for the win. Emerson 792.063. That's 7/10,000ths of a second to the win to Kelly New. Ethan Williams, Abigail Rogers. How about this? They are tied for number 1 in the points. They're running away with juniors group number 4 for the championship. They are not going to be tied in about 7.90 seconds. Clean green, starting line advantage, Ethan. The new points leader in juniors group number 4 by 7 thousandths of a second. Abigail goes dead on 5:099 for the loss. Ethan goes 7:95, 8:039 for the win, and Ethan Williams is now number 1 in the points in juniors group number 4 is Noah Kolb and Adrian Gutierrez. Benton Motorsports Team Machine, Adric, far side 790, chasing Noah Kolb. Kolb Motorsports Team Car, 797, Noah. Adric in that tie for number 2 in the points with Jack Hiley. Red light start by 1 stinking thousandths of a second. Noah Kolb, 792.8 on that 797 dial-in. Adric 001 RED. Again, I want to give you that quick reminder. Awnings, pop-ups, easy ups, any of that stuff, you might want to fold them up, take them down, because it is getting a tad on the windy side. Driver's license run, and Hot Rod will be out next. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hey, guys and gals, we are going to get hit with a big-time dust storm here in just a few minutes. So Hot Rod Eliminator back in the staging lanes. Head back to your pits and tie everything up, lock it down, do whatever you can. If you got awnings there, grab onto them, fold them up, put them away. But serious biz, need everybody in the staging lanes, head back to your pit areas right now. Anybody in the grandstands, everything. We got a big-time dust storm coming through here. As you can see, I don't think I have to tell you now. So head on back to your pits. Folks out on the starting line there. Need everybody to head back to your pit area there. Whatever you've got, tie it down. If your trailer doors are open, lock them up. But please, we don't need to race back to the pits. It's not a race here. Just be careful, please. Racers, if you find a jacket laying on the ground, a G-Force jacket is, Dale? Blue? Well, it may not be blue now with all that dust. It belongs to Dale Thomas. He's not going to be able to run if he doesn't have it. So please bring it up to the tower. Dale's sitting down here in the staging lanes. Thank you for losing that, because now I can pick on you, old man. Just kidding, but serious. Oh, excuse me. But serious biz, if you find a blue jacket, a G-Force driver's jacket, Dale Thomas, you can even just scraps racing. You can bring it to me. I'll get it to him, or you can find him in the pits. But if you find it laying on the ground, fell off his car by accident, that memory deal's a tough deal, isn't it, Dale? Well, yeah, that's true. It could be stuck to the bottom of the car if somebody